Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So in this we're continuing with the e-commerce series, but now we are moving on to the admin application. We are not done yet with the customers application, but I just thought it's the right time for us to now start building the admin application. So the first thing that you need to do is go to firebase.google.com/docs/flutter and then set up. So what we are going to do is we are going to set up Firebase for our project. So what I'm just going to do is copy Firebase login, and then you need to open your command prompt or your terminal, depending on which operating system you are using. So let's wait for it to load, and okay, just type Y, and then it's now redirecting us to Firebase Authentication. So I'm just going to use my email account. So I'm just going to allow Firebase CLI to use my email account. Okay, so now we are successfully logged in. So now the next thing that we need to do is it depends, you can go onto your desktop or for your folder where you keep your projects. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create a new folder. I'm just going to name it e-commerce admin app, and then let's go inside, let's run command prompt inside our folder, and then let's just create a new Flutter project. Flutter create e-commerce admin application. Okay, so just give it some time for it to create a new Flutter project. Okay, so now what we need to do is just type in cd e-commerce admin application. Okay, so just type code and then dot. This will allow us to open the folder in Visual Studio. So let's just wait for Visual Studio to finish loading. So the next step will be we need to activate Firebase CLI in our project, in our Flutter project. That's what we are going to be doing next. So okay, so now that our project is done, you can see we have a full Flutter project. So let's go into our lib folder. Let's just close this. Let's go into our lib folder. Inside our lib folder, inside our main.dat file, as you can see, we now have a full Flutter project, but it's just that Visual Studio is still loading. Okay, so what we need to do is let's open a new terminal. And then let's go to Flutter documentation. Let's copy this command right, and then let's paste it inside our terminal. Let's wait for it to finish. Okay, let's just paste it. Okay, and then let's just wait for it to activate the Flutter Fire CLI. Okay, it has now finished installing Flutter executable CLI. What we need is just copy this Flutter configure. And then let's go back to our project. And let's just wait for it to just finish. Okay, let's paste it. And let's wait. Okay, I think there's an error, can't load binary kernel. Let's go on Google and then let's see what's the error. Okay. There was no error, it has finished loading the projects. Okay, so let's just select the project that I want. So if you don't have it, you should use the same project that you created when we first created our e-commerce customers application. In this case, I'm going to select the one written e-pharmacy YouTube. Okay. So now you need to use arrows to scroll. I'm just going to select Android. Okay guys, as you can see now, our application is now registered on Firebase. So that was it for this video. In the next video, we'll then start creating the authentication page and also other logic of the admin application. Thanks for watching guys. Cheers. Admin application, yeah. So this is the admin application, right, that we are going to build. Okay, this is how we're going to build it. So to allow the user to add products, edit products details, update product details, and we'll also make sure that it will allow the user also to view the payments, the orders, and we'll also have an analytics section. So without wasting much of the time, let's start building our authentication, right? So to start with our authentication, let's first create our model folder. So the first folder is going to be user.dat. So it's must an abstract class. We will be using our first abstract class user with underscore $user. Okay, something like this. Okay, it's going to be a factory user, and then we need a string for the user ID or the UID. UID. We also need an email. And we also need a password. String password. So if you have not watched my previous video on how to set up Firebase, please watch it, because you need that for you to understand how to set up Firebase. Then we also need the user profile image. So the other thing that we need a boolean for is admin, which we are going to use to check if it's if the user is an admin or not. Default is admin. Okay, so let's just freeze default. Okay, so let's just set this one to default. Then let's set it to false. Okay. All right. So the next thing that we need to do is let's just set this equal to underscore user. Okay, so let's just change it to user model, because it will clash with our user from Firebase. Firebase also has another class called user, so we don't want any conflicts. Okay, so the next thing that we are now going to do is we need to import freezed. So just type freezed. Okay, let's go into a pubsec.yaml. We have the freeze package already installed. Okay, so let's just close it, and then import freezed. okay, first annotation, first annotation dot that. Okay. All right. So we also need a part user dot phrased dot that, like this. And then we also need a part user dot g dot that, like this. Okay. So let's just underline this under like this, and then the next thing that we need to do is we need to run flutter pub build run flutter pub run build run and delete conflicting outputs. So please. So made a typo here. It's supposed to be the constructor must be user module. Okay, so now let's move to the next step, which is factory user model from JSON map string dynamic JSON, and then underscore $sign user model from JSON, and then we're going to let's JSON. Okay, user model from JSON. Okay, so let's just comment the user.g.dat. So let's run also, let's use our command, the flutter pub run build. Okay, as you can see now we have these two generated files generated by our first package. So the next step now, we need to move into our services folder. So we need to create the auth service .dat file, like this. Okay. So just create another class auth service. Now we're going to have two variables. Firebase Firestore. And then we also need Firebase Auth. Firebase Auth underscore Firebase Auth. Okay, like this. So let's just import so what's going on here? Firebase Auth Cloud Firestore. This, they're already in the dependencies, but somehow they're not. Okay, so let's just do it manually. Cloud Firestore. Cloud Firestore.dat. Then let's import also Firebase Auth. Firebase Auth.dat. Okay, so now let's create a constructor for a class. required, we need Firebase, Firestore, and then we also need required Firebase Auth, and then Firebase Auth. Let's set those ones to Firebase Firestore is equal to Firestore, and then Firebase Auth is equal to Firebase Auth. Okay. So now we need to first initialize our user model. Like this. Let's give it an underscore so that we can make it private. Okay, so let's then make our collection reference for our user. Just get users is equal to Firestore dot collection. So the collection path is going to be users, and then the other thing, we also need a stream of users. So we are going to get a stream of users, and then we are going to use that stream for state persistence to check if our user is logged in or not. So get auth state change. Which is going to be Firebase auth state changes like this. Okay. So basically what this will do is, as you can see from this, notifies about changes to user sign-in state. So it's going to check this if the user is signed in or signed out in our application. So we are going to choose that to check if our user is signed in or signed out. If he's signed in, we are going to display the dashboard. If he's signed out, then we are going to redirect the user to the login page, right? Okay. So now the next thing is we need to start working on signing in our users. Okay. So let's create a folder called core. And then in that folder, we'll just create type. We need another file called type definitions dot dat. Okay, like this. So it's going to be type definition, then we need a feature either of type T. Okay, so another one which is going to be type def feature void. Just go to future either and type void like this. Okay. So here we need to import fp.package. Okay, so now we need another file which we are going to just call failure.dat failure. So we use this to display errors in our signing in and sign up. And these are signing in or sign up. Okay, so let's just import it here. We're done. Okay, let's go back to our Auth service. So we're going to say future either user model, which is nullable, which we are going to sign in with email and password, like this. It's going to be a string email, and then string password. Right, sync. Yeah, and then let's use a try catch block. Okay. So we're going to just await Firebase auth dot sign in email, sign in user with email and password, like this. Email, we're going to set the email to email and then password to password. And then we want to return right. Okay. So what happens with the future either is that a future either is a type of either that either stores two different values, but it can store them at the same time. For example, in our logging in or signing in or signing, when our user is signing in or logging in, there's either going to be a success or a failure. Those things cannot exist at the same time. So that's what we are going to. That's why we are using future either. So in this case, I'm returning right. That means that we are going to return right. We are going to represent success with right. That means that if it's right, then we are going to return the user with its user ID. And then if it's left, that means it's an error. Then we are going to display the failure, a message that's going to come from Firebase. I hope this makes it clear. Okay, so let's continue with the application. User model like this. Firebase auth dot current user dot UID like this. You see? Yeah. Now I think now we are good to go. The other thing now we need to catch exceptions. Okay. If there is any exceptions, then we need to return left. Okay. All right. So to return left, failure, we need to just return a failure, which is e.toString, like this, okay? Yeah. So it's a undefined class in future either. Let's just import that. Okay, so that's it for the for signing in. Now we move on to sign up. Okay, so future either, again we're just going to use a model which can be null. Okay, sign up with email and password like this. Okay, so we need a string nullable, which is email string. Okay, nullable. So if I go to user.get I think we forgot something. I think we forgot a username. Yeah. Okay, so let me just go to Firebase real quick and check if we forgot something. Okay. So if we go back to our database, Firebase database users. Yeah, we forgot first name and last name. String first name. Then string also last name, like this. Okay, so let's just run flutter pub run build command to update our okay, so string first name, and then string password, string first name, string last name, key. Yeah, I think that's it for the that's it. So we're just going to run a try catch block. Firebase auth dot create user and email. Just email and then password like this. And then we need to make sure we use then. And then it's going to be credential. Okay, it's going to be an async. So we need to get the user credentials. That means the user email and password. Okay. So we are just going to check if the credential and the additional user information is new user, that means that the user is new. So we are going to say user model is close to user model like this. UID is going to be Firebase auth dot current user dot UID. Okay, and then first name we set it to first name, last name is got last name. All right, and then after this what we are going to do is we are just going to await users dot document. That is that we are just going to store our users information into the database, right? If the user is dot UID, right? And then we just set user model dot to JSON, right, like this. Okay, all right. Else what we are going to do is use a model is equal to await get user details, which is a function that we're just going to create. Dot user dot uid dot first. Okay. So after that, we are just going to return right. That means that if we have a success, we are just going to return the user model with dot current user dot uid, like this. Yeah, and then we need first name, and then last name also. All right. Now if there's an error, so that means we need to just catch it using e. If there is an error, then we are going to just return left, which is a message failure e.toString. Okay, like this. Right, so we need we are left with some more methods. We also need future void sign out, which is also an async function, which we are going to say await. We are going to just await Firebase auth dot sign out. And then we need another function which is stream user type, user model, get user details, provide the UID, and then we are just going to return the user model. We're just going to return users. Okay, the document which is UID, and then snapshots, and then we are just going to map those snapshots. We're just going to map them into user model dot from JSON and dot data, and then we just convert that data into map, then string dynamic. Okay, I think, yeah, that's it for our services folder. Right, so the next thing now, we are going to go into our auth controller. We are going to work on our auth controller, then we move on to the user interface. Okay guys, so now we are moving on to our auth controller. Yeah, so let's just create auth controller. Okay, Okay, so before I forget, let's go back to our auth service. Okay, let's create another folder called providers. And let's just base providers like this. Okay, so we're just going to say final Firebase Firestore. Firebase Firestore provider is go to provider reference, and then Firebase Firestore dot instance. Okay, so we need these providers for dependence injection. So let's just import flutter riverpod. We need to import flutter riverpod. Okay, so let's import flutter riverpod. Okay. Okay, so let's just copy this and let's paste it below 2 times. Okay, so let's just paste it below 2 times. So here we're going to say Firebase Auth provider. Let's change it to Firebase Auth like this. Let's import Firebase Auth. Here let's change it to Firebase storage. These are the main that we are going to be using. Firebase storage. Okay, let's import it manually. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so what we can do, we can just do this. Let's go and say flutter Firebase storage. Okay. Example. Let's just copy this. All right, let's go back and post. Let's post it. Go back. Okay, so all right, so let's just paste it inside. Okay, Firebase storage dot instance. Yeah, so now we are good to go. If we let's just close all these other files, unnecessary files, we don't need them for now. Okay, so if you go to our auth service, we are going to say final auth service provider is equals to provider auth service, then ref dot watch Firebase Firestore provider, then dot watch Firebase Auth provider. Yeah, so now we are good to go. Let's go into our auth provider, auth controller, and let's work out some magic. So it's going to extend the state notifier. So it's also part of riverpod package. Okay, let's declare some variables. And then final reference object, we have a reference object. I think we don't need the storage provider on this one, storage service on this one. And then auth controller constructor, yeah. And then we have required auth service reference, and then reference. Okay, let's set that to auth service is equals to auth service, and then the reference is equal to reference. And then also need a super, right? And then I'll also need the stream user. Get state change. Auth state change. Okay. Now, next step is we need to sign in with email and password. So we need the build context string email, and then string password. Let's say the state is equals to true. Okay. It's equals to await dot sign in with email and password. Okay. State is equals to false. So we're going to say user.fold. So if we use user.fold on our left, we are just going to display a scaffold. We're just going to display a snake bar with the error. If there is an error from Firebase, show snake bar. So it's supposed to be scaffold messenger. and then we're going to the snake bar. The content of the snake bar is going to be text failure.message. So we're just going error.message like this. If it's a success, we also want to display this snake bar. No, so if it's a success, we are just going to say success. Here we can also change it to failure. Like this. So we are just going to change this to failure.message. Yeah. So if it's a success, what we want to do is want to use ref.read and then auth service provider dot provider dot get user details. So I think we might be missing something here. So we need to create a user provider outside here. So we're just going to say final user provider. So this user provider, we are going to use it to update the user's information. We use a state provider of type user model like this. Reference, and then we need to bring it null. Yeah, like this. So we're going to use provider dot notifier like this, and then we need to update it dot update. Okay. Success, which is the success is going to return the user model. So I think I should just rename this to user model. Yeah, so it's going to update it with the latest user information, user model like this. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Let's move on to the to the sign in with email and password. Sign in with email and password like this. Build context string email string password string first name, then string last name. Yeah, like this. There is going to be an asynchronous function. The state is equals to true. Then I'm going to say final user is equals to await service dot sign up with email and password. Yeah, like this. State is goes to false, and then user.fold, user.fold. So in case of a failure, let's just copy this scaffold messenger here. Let's paste it, and then user model. We're just going to do the same thing. So let's copy this, copy, and then paste. Okay, so that's basically it. The next thing is future void sign out. Async auth service dot sign out. And then let's use the stream for getting user details. User model get user details. Takes in a string which is a UID. String UID, and then we're just going to return auth service dot get user details like this. Okay, so now we are done with our auth control. Let's just go and take care of a few things. The first one is final auth control provider. Let's go to state notifier provider. It takes in auth controller, a bool, and then it returns reference, and then auth controller ref.watch auth service provider, and then yeah, that's it. So that's it for our auth controller. Now the next stage is we are going to move to the user interface. Okay, so let's move on to creating our user interface. Let's go into our views, and then we are just going to create the sign. We are just going to create the sign-in screen. Dot. And we're also going to create the register screen. Dot. Okay, so this is going to be a stateful widget since we are going to use some controllers. Okay, so we're going to say final controller is equal to text editing controller. Okay, same with the password controller. Okay, so the next thing is we need a form key. Right, so now we need a dispose method. So we just need to dispose these controllers. Same with the password. Alright, so now we need sign in with email and password. So we need to provide the context, email, okay, so we just need to we need to change this to consumer stateful widget, because we need to consume our auth controller provider, right? Consumer stateful widget, and then we need to change this to consumer state. And then we just need to implement just import flutter riverpod, and then we are done. So reference.read, we need to read the auth controller provider. Yeah, dot notifier, and then dot sign in with email and password, like this. Okay, since this is nullable. Okay, so let's get rid of this nullable sign here. Right, so now what we need to do is we need to return a scaffold. Let's give it an elevation of 0 and also a background color of white. Alright, and then we need a body. So the body is going to be safe area. And then single child scroll view, single child scroll view. And then child is going to be a form like this, and then we need to provide the form key. And then we need a child which is going to be a column. Children, then constant text, we just use text, and then we're just going to say welcome Let's give it a style, text style. Colors dot black, font size is 25, and then font weight, it's font weight dot bold. Okay, then just give a sized box height of 50, like this, and then yeah, let's center this text. We want it to be centered, so let's just use the center. Okay, now comes the most interesting part, where we have to build our text form field. Text form field. Enable suggestions, yeah, true. Let's also keyboard type. Let's give text input dot email address. Okay. Controller is equals to email controller, like this. All right. And then we add decoration, input decoration, and then we need a border, which is outline input border. Then border radius, let's give it a border radius dot circular, let's give it a 10, 10. Okay. And then we also need a border side, which is constant borders width, let's give a width of 0, and then style, which is border style dot bold, border style dot solid, right? And then we need the hint. Example 48 at gmail.com, like this. Okay. And then we need a prefix icon. Let's just give it a prefix icon. All right. And then we are going to say align with label hint, and then we're going to say true. And then we have a validator. So here we're just going to say value. Going to take a value. And then we need to make sure that the value is not empty. If value dot is not empty. We need to check if it's empty. Sorry, it's empty. And then we need to check that it contains the @ symbol. Then we say enter valid email. Also, we're just going to return null, right? Then constant sized box height, let's give it a height of 32, right, like this. And then what we need to do is, let's just give it the text form field some padding. Let's just pad it, padding, and then let's just copy, then paste it below, and then let's change to password controller. Okay, let's also change the hint to enter password. Enter password. And then let's also, if the value is empty, what we're going to do is we are just going to say password is not empty. Okay, and then we are just going to return null. And then constant, and then let's give it a sized box height of 16, and then another size box again for the elevated button. Sized box height 50, and then width is 350. And then share the text. Sign in. And then yeah, let's just center this size box. Okay, once we center it, now what we are going to do is we're going to have a constant sized box. Let's give it a height of 32, and then we are going to have a text. We are going to say no account register, like this. And then let's style it, text style. Let's give it a color of colors.black. Colors.black. Font size of 25, and a font weight of 700. Okay. This is supposed to, let's just center that. Alright, and then gesture detector here. Gesture detector. And then on tap. We want to make sure that when we tap this text, we are going to navigate dot push, then material page route, and then it will take in the context, and then it will take us to the register screen. So it doesn't exist yet, so let's just go in there and then create a stateful widget, register screen. Alright, so let's just import it. Okay. Okay, now that this one is done, let's move into our button. So on our button, we need to make sure that on pressed we sign in with email and password, and then we are going to use email controller.text and also password controller.text, like this. Okay, so now we are done with this part, right? So this is almost similar to the next part, so let's just copy this, and then let's paste it inside the register screen, because we don't need to be rewriting all this logic, it's already there. Okay, so we just need to change a few things, right? Okay, so let's just import our material.dat, and then after this let's just increase with final first name controller. This is the text editing controller. And then the same for the last name controller, right? Yeah, let's paste it again below. Okay, so now we are done. What we just need to do is we need to copy this padding, copy it. We need to copy both of these, copy, and then paste it below. And then we are gonna change this to first name. first name, and then need to change this to text input to text. Okay, need to change this to person. No, we need to check if value dot is empty. If the value is empty, and then we enter valid, enter first name like this. Okay, now so we also need to change this to first name controller. First name controller. Okay, like this. Right. Yeah, I think that's it. Then let's paste this also below. Let's remove this. Enter last name. Okay, and then let's change this to last name. Change it to person. Right. Then we also need last name. Text input to text. Okay, let's go to our password. Controller dot password, visible password like this. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to change this to sign up with email and password. String email, string password, string first name. And then string last name like this. Okay, so we need to go and change sign in, sign up here. Email, password, first name, last name. Yeah, we need also to go here and change sign up. Then let's just say register. Here what we need to just do is already have an account. So sign in. Okay, so we need the first name controller to text, last name controller to text like this. Right, so now what we need to do is we are done with almost everything. Now what we need to do is for state persistence, right? So here we need to wrap this with a widget. The widget is going to be provider scope, provider scope. Boom, and then yeah. logo, and then we need to change this to consumer widget. Consumer widget, like this. So what we are going to do is after my app, we need to initialize the user model. User model like this. Okay, and then we need to import it. Let's make sure that it's nullable also. Okay, and then we need to get user data. Get user data, and then we need to pass in the widget reference. Widget ref, and then user, and then we need to pass in the data like this. Sync, which is and then we are going to say user model is equals to await. Now we are setting this user model to the data ref.watch Auth controller provider. Then we are setting it to the data that we are getting from our Firestore. Okay, it's saying future can be assigned to the value. Feature can be assigned to the variable user model. Okay. Quick fix at the cast is user model. No, this await is not being accepted here. So okay, like this. So I made a typo. So and then we are going to say ref.read. So now what we are going to do is user provider dot notifier dot update the state to user model. Okay, so what we are basically doing here, if we go back to our auth controller here, we have this user provider that we had set to null, right? We had set to null. This is what this user model, we are going to use it to store the user's information, right? So and then we said when the user logs in, let's say they sign in, we updated this user provider state to the user model. So that is the user model now, which contains information about the user. We did the same with sign up with email and password. So here we are simply updating it, right? So now what we need to do after this is we need to go here and then just say widget reference ref, and then ref. What we need to do is we need to just cut this, right? And then we are going to say return reference dot watch. We are going to watch the auth state change provider, which I forgot to code here. So what we're just going to do is we're going to say final auth state provider is equals to a stream provider. Then we are just going to say final auth controller is equals to ref dot watch auth controller provider dot notify, like this, right? And then we are here we are just going to return auth controller dot auth state change, right? Then like this. So if we go back here, we are going to say auth state provider, right? So this auth state provider, basically what it's going to do is it's going to check the state of our user, if he is logged in or is not, right? Auth state provider dot when, and then if we have the data, and then we are going to also have an error, and then in the loader. So if we have the data, that means that if we have the user is not, if the user is not equal to now, what we are going to do is let me just we're just going to say data, then we are just going to paste this, okay? And then if we have an error, what we are going to do, let's go to constants. Then let's just say error text dot dat, like this, and then stateless widget. And then we are going to say it's going to be an error text, which is going to just display a text. It's going to take in a string error, like this, and then required this dot error, like this, okay? Let's remove this constant. So what we are going to do, we are just going to display a text with an error, right? Style, text style, color, and then colors dot black. Then the font size is going to be 20. Then we'll give it a font weight. Font weight dot, let's just use 400, like this, and then it's supposed to be a constant, right? And then now we also need a loader. So I'm going to say loader dot that, like this, and then it's going to be also a stateless widget, and then it's going to be a loader, and then it's going to return a circular progress indicator. Let's center it, and then constant, like this, okay, perfect. So here this error is an error, and there's an error and a stick trace. Then what we are going to do here, we're just going to return that error text, then we're going to say error to toString, like this, and then loader is going to return a loader, like this, All right. Okay, so now that we are done, so I think there's something we might be having an error somewhere. My app constant, let's move a constant. Yeah, so now what we need is we need to use the core router package, right? We need to use the core router package to create some routes. So I'm just going to create file called router.dat. Okay. You know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create two. Final, we have the logged out route, which is equal to route map. So to route map, and then routes, we are just going to say slash login use underscore here, and then material page. You must return the material page. Yeah, now let's push in login page. Login page like this. Oh no, it's supposed to be login screen. Sorry, it's supposed to be sign screen. Okay, let's just copy this and then let's paste it below. Logged in out. So if we want that, if our user is logged in, we want to redirect them to the dashboard, screen. Okay, right, perfect. So let's go back to our main.dat file. So instead of material app, we need to modify it a bit to use material app.router. Okay, and then let's remove the home. So we need a route information parser, which is constant route master parser like this. And then we need the router delegate, which is going to be route master delegate, route master delegate, and then it's going to take in a context, and then we are going to check if the data is not equal to null. So as you can see from this is our user. So that means that if the data is not equal to null, that means that this user exists, or this user is logged in. So what we are going to do is we are going to get user data, and then we return logged in route, right? Else we just want to return a logged out route, like this. Okay, so perfect. I think now our application is ready to run. So let's run it and see how it looks and how it works. Okay. Okay, so it's saying page was not found, so I think I know. Let's just move this, and then let's just refresh the application. Okay, yeah, we're good to go. So let me just at epharmacy.com. Okay, okay. So as you can see, now we are now logged in, and somehow it was saying now operator used on a now value. We have to check that. So if we go to our Firebase, let's go to our Firebase console, go to console, epharmacy YouTube. If we go to our authentication, you can see issue at epharmacy.com. Also with the database, you can also see, yeah, issue on eso, admin false. I'm not an admin so far, as you can see. So that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. So in the next video, we'll start building on the dashboard and uploading products, getting products, and also editing the products. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. And welcome back to my video. So in this video, we are going to be continuing with our e-commerce series. Now we are focusing on the admin application. So in this video, we are going to be developing the home dashboard. So inside your widgets, just go inside this widgets folder. If you don't have one, just make sure that you create one. And then I'm going to just name this file home dashboard widget. So on your keyboard, just type st and then make sure that we are going to use a stateless widget. We are going to just name it home dashboard widget. Okay, so now what we need is we need the height from the media query. We also need the width from the media query. So I'm just going to copy the code above, and then I'm just going to change it to width. Okay, so what we are going to just do is we are going to just return a sized box widget. So let's return a sized box widget. Then let's give it a height of 0.55 of the entire screen, right? And then the child for this is going to be a grid view. So we want to show the items in our dashboard in a grid view, right? We are going to use a grid view. We don't need the builder, since we are not going to get any data from the database. So, and then we need the grid delegate. In this case, we are going to just use the sliver grid delegate with fixed cross-axis count. And then for the cross-axis, we just need 2 items, right? And then let's give it a cross-axis spacing of 2 and a minimum main axis spacing. Let's give it a main axis spacing also of 2. Okay, as you know, for the grid view, we have the children, right? So now what I'm going to just do is we need a card. We need to display the dashboard items in a card widget, right? So inside the card widget, we're just going to display a column. this text I'm just going to name it products. Okay, then let's style our text widget with a text style. Alright, like this. We need a color. Let's just give it a color of black. And then a font size of 20. And then a font weight of bold. Okay, font weight of bold. And then for the column widget, what we just need to do is let's make sure that everything is centered. So on the main axis alignment, we want to center it. The same for the cross axis alignment, right? Right. Now that we are done with this, and then let's just wrap it with the hero widget. The hero widget, and then the hero widget also takes in a tag. You need a tag, and then the tag is going to be products, like this, right? So give it a constant. Alright, so it's going to be similar with other options on the dashboard. So let me just copy it and then paste it 4 times. Okay, so we have the first one is products. The second one is payments. So let's just change it to payments. Then also here, let's change it to payments. Alright. The third one is going to be analytics. Then let's also change this one to analytics. And then the fourth one is going to be orders. So let's just change it to orders. Right. So basically that's it with our dashboard. We have that's basically it with our dashboard. So let me just run our emulator and make sure that we just test it out. Okay, somehow the iOS is not starting, so let me just use the Android emulator. Alright, so in our if we go in our home screen that we created, right, we just need to return a scaffold. A bar is supposed to be a bar, and then give it a title text. It's going to be dashboard. And then for the up bar, I want the elevation to be 0, right? And then for our body now, we can just pass in the home dashboard widget like this. Okay, right. So now we can even run it on our emulator. Let's see. Right. So now it's launching. While it's still launching, let me see what's going on with the iOS. Okay. that the emulator is finished loading, now you can see our dashboard. Now we now have a dashboard, but unfortunately it's not displaying our text. So let me just go to our home screen. Let's make sure that we change this dashboard, and the style is going to be text style, and then the color, we are just going to change the color to colors dot black. Okay, now if we go back, now we can see that it's up here. So in the next video we are going to be retrieving products from our database, and also making sure that we add products to our database also. Back to my video. So in this video now we are going to be focusing on creating the products controller and the product service, and making sure that we are retrieving products from our Firestore database, right? So without wasting much of the time, let's create the product service. Okay, so let's just create the class. All right, and let's make sure that we initialize Firebase Firestore, because we are going to be retrieving data from Firestore, so we need that. Alright, the next thing that we need is a constructor. So let's just create the product service constructor. Alright, and then what we need is we need also the Firebase Firestore. So now let's just set our Firestore variable to the one inside our constructor. Okay, so now what we need is we need a collection to get the collection of products in our Firestore. So this collection is going to be products, which is going to be coming from firestore.collection. Alright, so now what we need is let's create a folder called we have a folder called constants. Inside this folder, let's just create another one called Firebase constants. Firebase constants dot that. So in here, what we need class Firebase constants, and then we need the collection for our products. So I'm just going to collect the products collection. Okay, so let's go back. Let's make sure that we import Firebase Firestore collection. Okay, so I think this dependency is not yet installed, so let me just get the dependency cloud Firestore. Okay, so what we can do is we can go to the terminal. We can say flutter pub add cloud Firestore, like this. Okay. it's now installed. Let's make sure that we just import it. Okay, so somehow it's not being found. So cloud firestore. Okay, it's a typo. It's supposed to be collection. Okay. So now we need Firebase constants dot products collection, like this. Okay. Once you get okay, it's supposed to be collection reference. Sorry about that. Okay, now the next thing is we need to get a list of products. Stream products. Okay, so we made a mistake here. Inside our model, we should have created the product model, the product class. Okay, but we have already created this in our previous tutorial in our customers app. So I'm just going to copy the code, and then I'm just going to use that one. All right, so let me just copy it, and then we can use it. It's just one and the same thing. Okay. Or first is done generating our data classes. So let's just use it. Product, list of products. Right. So we are just going to get the products. Get products. All right. So we are just going to return the products collection, and then we get a snapshot that contains the data that is in our documents, and then we want to map through each and every document. Right, so we are going to map through each and every document, and we are going to store the products in our documents, the products in our collection. We are going to be storing them inside a list. So we are just going to store them inside this list. Alright, it's supposed to be product here. Alright, now what we do is we are going to loop through each and every document. We are going to just loop through each and every document. And then we are just going to add each and every document inside our list. Okay. So it's going to be product from JSON. And then we are just going to pass in the event.data. Event.data is a map, and then it's going to be string and then dynamic, like this. All right, so it's saying that the data isn't defined. Okay, so it's supposed to be doc, not data. Okay, like this. So after that, what we are just going to return the products list that will contain products from our Firestore database. Right. So the next one is going to be getting the products by ID. Getting a product by ID. Okay, it's also going to be a string. just going to return products collection, then document. For the document, we are just going to check if it's matches our product ID, and then snapshot. Inside our snapshot, we are just going to map through each and every document. Okay, we're just going to make sure that we map through each and every document. Alright, so then we just return the product from JSON, like this product from JSON. It's going to be event.data, and then we will make sure that it's in the format of a string, of a map, and then dynamic, because we never know what the other data structure is. Okay, like this. So this is how we get the data, the product by its ID. Now the next stage is we need to be able to add products to Firestore. Since this is an admin app, so I'm just going to call it add product. Then it's going to take in the product. Okay, so now we need to import this either, and then what we are going to do is try. So if it's right, then we are going, if it's successful, we are going to return right. If you don't understand this, make sure that you watch my previous video. Products dot product. Sorry, it's supposed to be product dot product ID, and then we need to convert it to a string, and then after this, what we just okay, I made a typo. Let's just copy. Let me just cut this. It's supposed to be products dot document, and then for the document we want it to be the product ID, and then let's just convert it to a string, and then we set the data inside our collection, which is going to be a product, and then we just make sure that you convert to a JSON, otherwise you get errors. Okay, all right. Now after this, what we do, we have a try catch block. So we want to catch an exception when there is a Firebase exception. We want to catch that exception, and then we need to throw an error message, e.message. Right, now we need to catch that exception, and then when it's not successful, we just return left and then failure, and then the message is going to be e.toString, like this. All right. And then we need to update also the products. So for the update, it's almost one and the same thing for the like for adding the products. What we just need to do is we just need to change the name to update. I think I made a mistake. just copy the add product, copy it. There's below is going to be update product, and then let's change this to update. Okay, something is wrong. Set. Okay, let's change this to update. Okay, now we are done with the service. Okay, we are left with one, which is to delete the project. So we are just going to use the future void delete product. So we're just going to use the product ID to just delete the product from a Firestore database, right? So try to repeat inside try cage block. If it's successful, that means we will just return a right. If you don't understand what's going on, I advise you to watch my previous video on when I explained about FB dot. Okay, and then product ID, provide product ID, then we just delete the item. Okay, all right. Now we need on Firebase exception. So now we just need to catch the exception, E, and then we just need to throw a message if there is an exception. All right, like this. And then if there is another exception which is not from Firebase, we need to catch it also. And then we're just going to return a left, and then failure, and then e.toString. Alright guys, so that's it with our service folder. Now we need to move on to the controllers folder, right? So inside the controllers folder, I'm just going to name it the product controller .dat. So let's create the class product controller. It must extend async notifier, which is a new riverpod API. We are no longer using the state notifier. It's been deprecated, right? So I'm just going to return false here. Alright, so now we just need to make sure that we create our functions that are going to interact with the product service. So before we do that, I'm just going to create a provider here, final product service provider. So go to provider, and then product service, like this. And then we need to provide this Firestore. Okay, so what I'm just going to do is inside our core, we need to create a folder for the providers, right? We need to create a folder for the Firebase providers. Alright, so let's do that. Okay, providers. Okay, we already have it. So I'm just going to retrieve the instance, the Firestore instance, the watch Firestore Firebase Firestore provider like this. Okay, now we are good to go. Let's go back to our product controller. Alright, so inside our product controller, what we need to do is we need to retrieve the list of the products. String list the product. It's supposed to be a list. Okay, let's import it. So it's going to be get products. So reference dot watch Firebase is going to be product service category dot get products like this. All right. So let's make sure that we just return. All right. It's the same thing with getting the products by category. So by ID I mean. So let me just copy this. Let me just paste it below get products by ID. Let's just pass in the string of type product ID. Okay, so let me get product by ID. So string can't. Or it's supposed to be a type of product, not list. All right. Okay. Now the next stage is to create our product. Right. So this is the tricky part. So let's just create product. So what we need is the first thing we need is a build context. Build context. Context. The next thing we need is a file, since we are going to be uploading images from memory. So let's just import that.io. Okay, now we need the name of the product. We also need the description of the product. We also need the price, double price. We also need the old price. We also need the category name also. Category name. Alright, it's going to be an async function. Alright, so now we need product ID. The product ID is going to come from UUID dot v1, something like this. Okay, so let's make sure that we add the UUID. So I'm just going to say flutter pub add UUID. It's not found. So let me just grab it real quick. Okay, let's add it to our pub spec. pubsec.yaml file. Oh, okay, it's already there. So the value which is 20. Okay. And then we need to provide the elevation, which is 1. And then the child is going to be container. And then the child is going to be a container. Getting an error. Expected to find am I getting an error? Okay, let's see. Okay, so the height of the container is going to be 180. And then the width also, we need to make sure that it's 180. And then we need, okay, I made a typo. We need to decorate it. Decoration, and then box decoration. We need, it's going to, we need to provide the border radius, which is border radius dot circular, which is 20. And then we need to provide a child, which is column widget, and then children, and then children we are going to display the image.network, and data, passing the index dot image, which can be nullable. And then for it we must fit, which is go to box fit dot fill in. We need it to fill the height, and then let's give it a height. Let's give it a height of 150, and let's give it a width of let's give it a width of double dot infinity. All right. And then now below it we need a center widget. The child is going to be a text, then it's just going to display the index dot name. It's going to display the name of the product, and then let's just style it. So let me just copy this style so that we not waste much time. Okay, so now okay, so let's just remove this, and then below it we need some spacing, so I'll just use a sized box to let's give it a height of 16. Okay, and then the next thing that we need is a raw widget. Okay, so it's going to be a raw widget, children. So it's going to be text. We are just going to display the price. So it's going to be data. text dot and then the price, like this. Okay, and then let's just copy this. Okay, let's just paste it below. Then it's going to be old price, and then this one we need to decorate it. So the decoration is going to be text decoration dot line through. Okay, also let's make sure that it's a blue, it's a type of blue color. Okay, like this. Okay, so now we are done with we are done with the getting products part. So now what we just need to do is we need to make sure that we display our products, and the other thing is let's just give our grid view a padding, and let's also give this raw widget some padding. Okay, so now if we go to our home dashboard widget, so let's wrap these products with the gesture detector widget. Gesture detector widget. So on tab, so we're just going to say navigator dot push, and then it's going to be material page route, and then builder providing the context, and then we need to display the products list page like this. So let's just make sure we get this with the constant. Okay, so now let me just try to refresh the emulator, and let's see. So somehow it's not displaying the products. Oh, okay, now we are now displaying the products, which is a good sign. So let's just fix something. Let's just fix the bar. So let's go into our products list page, right, and let's fix. So it's a products list page. Let's go to our bar. The background color, we want the color to be white. The elevation is already 0, which is also, and then the other thing is on our row we need a main axis alignment, which is main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, like this. So if we, all right, now as you can see, we now have all the products in our Firestore database. Somehow the old price is being displayed as now, which I'm going to check what's the problem. So now what we are going to do on this container, right, let's just wrap it with a stack widget. So let's wrap it with a column widget, and then let's change the column widget to stack. So below this column widget, what we need is we need a positioned widget, right? Positioned widget. We need a positioned widget, which is we are going to, the child is going to be a container, and then let's decorate it, box decoration. And then let's give it a color of blue, colors.blue. And also we need a border radius, which is going to be border radius dot secular, which is going to be 20. And then this container's child is going to be a padding. And then we want so edge insets dot all, which is going to be 5. And then for the child, we are going to just display an icon, which is going to be icons.delete. Icons.delete. The size of the icon, let's give it a size of 15. You can give it a whatever color that you want. And then let's make sure that the icon's color is white. Okay. Alright, so now that we're done with this positioned widget, let's give it from the top, we want it to be 5 pixels away from the top. From the right, we want it to be 0. And then let's wrap this container with a gesture detector. We want to wrap it with a widget, which is going to be a gesture detector. And then when the user taps on this container, what we want to do is we want them to be able to delete the products inside our Firebase Firestore. So products controller provider dot notifier, okay, like this, dot delete product, and then the product ID is going to be data index dot product ID, like this. Okay, so let's make sure that we convert the product ID to string. Okay, alright, so that's it. So I'm still getting squiggly lines here. There must be an error. Okay, right, so now that we are done, let's just reload our application and let's see if everything is working well on our emulator. Okay, but now we are getting an overflow, text overflow. Okay, so I think what we can do is let's put this container inside the stack. Let's make sure that okay, let's make sure that the items inside the column are in a sort of like an expanded widget. So let's use the expanded widget. Expanded. Okay, let's see the results. Okay, now everything works perfect. So if I want to delete this item, as you can see, product deleted successfully. If we go back, let me try to, somehow it's not showing the results, so let me try to, okay, so somehow product deleted successfully. So if I try to it's still there, somehow it's still there. Okay, so let me check with my Firebase database what's going on. Okay, so let me try to delete the clinical gloves products. Clinical gloves. Somehow it's not deleting the items on the Firebase database. Let me check what's causing that. Okay, so I see what's going on. The reason why is that when we created this project from the get-go, the product ID that we're using, it's different from the document ID. So in the next video, when we add items to our Firebase Firestore, then that's when our delete functionality will start working. Okay, thanks for watching, guys. Cheers. Hello guys, and welcome back to my video. So as you can see from the previous videos, we're getting errors on the old price. The reason that there is a typo, it's supposed to be caps P here, and then so let's just run the flutter build command to make sure that a new model class is generated. Let's change the price. It's supposed to be capital letter P and then capital letter P. Yeah. Okay, so if we just reload our application and then okay, so let's try to run it again. Sure. So there must be some errors elsewhere. So let's look for those errors. Okay, products list page. Okay, I anticipated it. So let's run on our. Okay, so now as you can see, we now have the old price being displayed. Okay, so in this video, what you are just going to do is we are just going to add products to our Cloud Firestore. Okay, so now what we need to do, go to our views folder and then let's create the add products page.dat. Okay, so in this file we're going to be dealing with text builds, so we need a stateful widget. So I'm just going to call it add products screen. Okay, so let's just change this to consumer stateful widget, since we are going to be consuming riverpod providers, and then let's so make sure this is consumer state, and this also must be changed to consumer state. Okay, so now that we are done with this, the other thing that we need to do is we need to create a list of our categories. So these categories we hard coded them. So in the next tutorials we are just going to make sure that they are dynamic, okay, so that we get them from Cloud Firestore instead of hard coding them. So you can just create this list, okay. Now what we need to do now right now is we need to instantiate the file which is going to be the image that we are going to pick from memory, okay. So let's import that IO, and then the other thing is let, and then string. Let's get the category name, okay, and then we need the name, the product name, which is a text editing controller, like this. We also need the price, the odd price, and the description. So the price, odd price, and the description, like this. Price, odd price, and the description. Okay. Right, now okay, so now we need to dispose some controllers. So I'm just going to say name.dispose price.dispose, and then odd price.dispose also, and then the description also .dispose. All right, so now in the future we need to pick the image. We are going to use the image picker library, okay. So try catch block. So the first thing is make sure that the image is equal to, we are going to await the image picker. So if you don't have this library, just make sure that you install it. .pick image, and then our source is supposed to be the image source.gallery, okay. And then yeah, that's it. And then we need to check if this image is equal to null. If it's equal to null, then we just return like this. And then we need to get temporary image, which is equals to file, and then the path of the image, okay. We provide the path of the image, and then we then set the state, and then please make sure that this image is equal to the image temporary, like this. And then if we get an exception on platform exception, we need to just catch this error, and then we just need to throw an exception, failed Right, now that we are done, let's go inside our build folder, and we're just going to say final add products, which is equal to ref dot watch. We need to watch the products controller provider dot notifier dot why is it not okay? Products dot create. Okay, let's just leave it like this. So it's going to, we are going to return a scaffold widget, and then for a bar, just provide an a bar, and let's make sure that the background color is white, and let's also make sure the elevation is 0, because I don't want an elevation on the bar. And then let's provide the icon theme dot of context dot icon theme, like this. Okay, so, and then we the body is going to be single child scroll view. We're going to provide a single child scroll view. Then the child is going to be a form widget, right? Form widget. Now we need to provide the key. So let's go back to the top, and then let's create our form key. Final form key is equal to global key, like this, of type form state. So let's just make sure it's of type form state. Okay, all right, so key, form key. And then for the child, let's make sure that we provide the column widget children. And then we need a center widget, like this, a center widget, and then the child. The child is going, we are going to say that if the image is not equal to null, right? If the image is not equal to null, we are going to display the image dot file, right? And then we are going to just display the image. Let's give it a height of 150 and a width of 150. Okay, otherwise we need an image dot asset, we're going to say assets slash image dot png. Okay, so let me just grab a dummy image on flat icon. Okay, so let me let me grab that, copy, then let's paste it inside the inside our folder. Let me create a folder called assets. Inside that assets folder, that's where I will just want to paste this. Go image.png. So after this, we need to go to a pubsec.yaml under assets here. Under assets, what I'm just going to do is assets, and then slash, and then let's try to okay, now that's it. So image.png, now we are good to go. Right, so now we need to display a text peak product image, like this. So let me just copy this style. And then let's make sure that it's a constant. Okay, make sure that it provides semicolon there. And then now what we are going to do is, after this column, so after this text, what we are just going to do is we need to use a text form field, text form field, enable, and then we need to make sure that the keyboard type is text input.name, like this. And then on changed, provide the value, and then we need to make sure that the name.text is equal to the value that the user types, like this. And then let's decorate it. Decoration, let's give it a decoration input decoration, and then a border, outline input border, like this. Let's give it a border radius, and then a border radius to circular of 20, and then we need the hint text, which is product name, and then the hint style, which is text style, which is color, and then it's going to be colors to black. And then we need also to validator, value. So if value dot is empty, so this value can be nullable. So if the value is empty, we just need to return product name cannot be empty. Right. And then else we are just going to return null. So that's it. Else we are just going to return null. And then let's give it a padding. Let's give the text form field a padding. Okay. And then after that, what we need to do is we need a drop-down button. So let's use a sized box. Let's use a size box. Let's give it a width of 350 and then a height of 50. Okay, and then the child is going to be drop down button. Drop down button. Then it's going to take in values of string. And then the value is supposed to be this. The value must be the drop down value, which I think we must have created. We have not created it yet. Okay, string. Okay, so let's create it. String drop down value, which is go to our categories list dot first. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, drop down value, and then we need an icon, which is go to icons dot arrow, downward rounded. Okay, like this. Okay, we also need elevation. Let's give it an elevation of 16. And then we need a style also. So I'm just going to grab the style and then paste it. And then the other thing that we need the underline. So for the underline, we are just going to use a container with a height of 2 and a color of black. Colors dot black. Okay. And then we need the unchanged. So for the unchanged, we are going to take in a string, which can be nullable value. Okay. And then we are just going to set state, and then we are going to set the drop down value. We are going to set the drop down value to the value that the user has selected, like this. Okay. Now what's left is the items. So now we need to pass in the items. So for the items, we need to pass in the categories list, and then we need to map through that categories list. It's going to be a drop down menu item of type string. string value, and then we just need to make sure that this is going to return a drop-down menu item of type string, and then the value is equal to the value, and then we need a child which is of type text, which is just going to display the value that's selected. Okay, so now what we just need to do, we need to just convert this whole item into a list. Okay, now that we are done, the next thing that we need is another text form field. So for the text form field, now we just copy this one upward. We don't need to create another one from scratch. So let's just copy this one. Let's just paste it below. And then I think we're just going to change this one to description. Somehow I can find the description. So we need to change this description.text. Then we need to change the hint to description like this, and then description also cannot be empty. Description cannot be empty. Okay, description also cannot be empty. Now we need to copy this again and paste it below. So now it's going to be price, and then here we're just going to say price cannot be empty. Let's change this to price also. And then let's copy this, copy it and paste it below for the old price. So now it's going to be old price. Old price cannot be empty. So yeah, let's change it to old price like this. I think it must be there. Yeah. And then we need an elevated button. After this is all done, we need an elevated button. So let's wrap it in a sized box so that we give it a width of 200 and a height of 50. Okay, the child is going to be elevated button. And then we need the onPressed method, which is very important. And we also need the child, which is a text. Yeah, I'm just say upload product like this. So here what we are just going to do is add products.create product. So the file is going to be an image, and then this one is going to be name.text, description dot text also, the price dot text, price dot text, and the odd price dot text. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Let's just cut this. Since it's a string, we need to put it inside a double to convert it into a double. Okay, Control X, double dot pass. Let's paste this. Okay, now we are done with the upload products page. So now what we are going to do is, let's go to our home screen, right? Home dashboard, right? Actually, I think it's the home screen. Yeah. No, it's the products page. Let's go to our products list page, under upper. So here, what we are on tab, and then I'm going to say we are going to navigate to a new screen. Navigate dot push. The route we are going to use, the material page route. The builder, we are just going to pass in the context as a parameter to our arrow function, which is going to return our page at the product screen. Okay. All right. Now let's test it out. Let's see if we are up and running or we have some errors. So let's see. Click on the plus icon. Okay, so what's going on here is that this image is too large. So let's go to our add products. I think it's too large. Add products page. Oh yeah, makes sense. Let's just copy this height and let's paste it under this image asset like this. Okay, now let's reload. I think it's now, yeah, now we now have this. Somehow we are having problems with the image picker. So I think it's something to do with the iOS permissions. So if you go to the image picker, you will get the permissions. So let me just do it real quick. Okay, now I know why. So under this center widget, what we're supposed to do was we're supposed to wrap it with the gesture detector. Okay. So we're supposed to just wrap it with the gesture detector, and then on tap, when it's tapped, that's when we're just going to pick the image. So why am I not? Image. Okay, now it's not appearing. Okay, let's What reload? Let's check now. It must be working now. Okay, get products. Somehow it's not working. I think remove this widget. I think we should wrap this center widget. Wrap with the gesture detector and tab. And then that's when we can pick an image like this. Okay, so let's reload this one. Then let's see. So it's crashing. So it has to do with permissions. It has to do with permissions. So if we go to debug console. Okay, so let me just check. Yeah, it had to do with, okay, reopen. Okay, so it had to do with the permissions. So you need to make sure you add the permissions. So iOS, then let's go to Flutter. Appframework.info. So let me just grab these permissions real quick. So it's supposed to be in the info.plist file. Okay, yeah. Info.plist file. Okay, access to photo library. This one. This is the permission. So if you go to, you need to go to runner, and then info.plist. So once you're under info.plist, just paste it in here, this permission, NS photo library usage description. Okay, so now let's rerun our emulator since it had crashed. Okay. Okay, now we can try and see. Yeah, now we have allow full access. Okay, so let's select this image. let's just call it cough syrup, and then it's going to be under cough syrup. Then let me just grab some dummy text from lorem ipsum generate. Okay, so let me just grab it and then let's allow a paste the $4.99, and then the odd price, let's say it was $5.50, and then let's upload the product. Then so category name has not been initialized. Okay, so I think we didn't initialize the category name, so we need to do that. So in this video, we are going to be completing our e-commerce admin application. In this section, we are going to be working with orders, processing orders. So if you see, if I go to the application, you can see we have pending orders, accepted orders, delivered orders, and also we have cancelled orders. So as you can see, we can accept an order. As you can see, once it's accepted, it moves to the accepted section, and then we can either shift it to delivered, where it will be moved to the delivered section. At some time, we can also cancel an order, and then as you can see, it will be added to the cancel section. Right, so without wasting much of that time, let's get started and let's dive right into the code. Right, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to work on the services folder. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to go into our services folder. So we need to go into our services folder, right? Once we're in our service folder, we are going to create the order service class. Alright, so once we've created this class, what we actually need to do is we need to just create this class order service. Alright, and then we need to initialize the Firebase Firestore, because we are definitely going to use Firestore. Okay, which is going to be Firestore. Alright, now we need to create a constructor. And then we just required Firebase Firestore. Okay, like this. Okay, so now that we're done with the constructor, now we just need to initialize the variable that we created at the top. Alright, so now we need a reference, collection reference. Which is going to get orders from our Firebase Firestore. Which is a firestore.collection. And then if you still remember, we have our Firebase constants folder. It should be order collection, orders collection. And somehow we didn't create this orders collection, so let's get into our Firebase constants. So let me just copy this and then let me paste it below, and then let's change it to orders. All right. Okay, so now we are done with the orders. Let's just make sure that supposed to be orders collection. Orders collection. Okay, I made a typo inside here, so let me just remove one S, and then let's work on it like this. All right. So yeah. So now what we need to do is we need to get a list of all the orders. So it's going to be stream list. It's a list of orders. And then we should get orders. Okay, like this. Okay, so now we don't have this orders model class, right? So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this I'm just going to copy this from my GitHub repository, and then I'm just going to make sure that I paste it in, because we have worked on this. If you have watched previously the Flutter e-commerce application, it's just the same. You can just go into that repository, or you can just go into my repository, and you just make sure that you just copy it. Okay, so let me just paste it in between. So here we also need the cut item, and also we also need the cut item class, which I'm going to copy also. All right. It's cut item dot dat. All right, and we also need the address also. I'm sure we need, yeah, we also need the address model. So let me just copy it also, and let's just paste it in. So if you don't know where this is coming from, just make sure that you've watched previously the e-commerce customers app. Address.dat. Okay, let me just paste it in. And then let's just make sure we do a couple of imports. Okay, let me get rid of this. Right, let's also import the address model. All right, so let's run the Flutter build runner command. Okay, so let's go in to make sure that we are in the root folder. Like this. Okay. Okay, so let's just make sure that we import the orders class. Okay. Okay, so let's make sure that we import the orders class, and then what we are just going to do is we are going to just return orders, and then where. So now we are just doing a couple of queries. When a customer makes an order into our application, at first is accepted is got to false, because the order is not yet accepted at first. Okay, and then and also is delivered is goes to false. Let's make sure that is delivered is equal to false, and also is cancelled is also equal to false, because at first the order is not yet cancelled, right? Is cancelled is equal to false, right? Like this. And then we need to grab the snapshots of the data from the Firebase Firestore. And then the next thing that we need to do is we need to just map each snapshot and then what we just need to do is we create a temporary list of orders that we are going to store, the orders that are coming from Firestore, right? its orders, which is equal to an empty array. All right, like this. So now what we just need to do is we just need to look through each and every document in our Firebase file store. In our event documents docs, right? Like this. Okay, I forgot the doc. Like this. Okay. So now what we just need to do is we just need to add those documents inside our list that we created above. It's going to be order from JSON, and then we are going to grab the data from our Firebase file store, and we make sure that it's a map of string and dynamic. Right, now that we are good to go, after this what we just need to do is we just need to return the orders like this. Okay, all right, so what are we doing here? What we are doing here, we are getting all the orders from our Firebase file store, right? Our file store database, and then what we're just doing is we are querying and we are making sure that the orders that we are getting when a customer submits the order to our e-commerce application, right? At first, the order is not yet accepted, so it's accepted must be false. I made a typo here. Is accepted is false. The order also is not yet delivered, so we're making sure that it's delivered is equal to false, and the order is not yet cancelled, which is equal to also false, right? And then the next thing that we are just going to do is we are just going to grab a list of accepted orders. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this method, right? And then I'm just going to paste it below. Let me just copy it and paste it below, right? Let me just copy it and paste it below, right? And then let me change it to get accepted, because we want accepted orders, right? Get accepted orders. Where is accepted is equal to true, because when an order is accepted, then is accepted must be equal to true, and then is delivered must equal to false, and then is cancelled must also be equal to false, right? So that's the difference, right? And then the next one is we are going to get a list of delivered orders. So we want to get the orders that have been delivered. So I'm just going to copy this method again, and I'm just going to paste it below, right? So let me just change this to get delivered orders. Get delivered orders, right? To get a list of delivered orders, right, we need to make sure that in order for it to be delivered, is accepted must also be equal to true, because an order cannot be delivered if it's not accepted, right? And then is delivered is also going to be equal to true, like this. So now this is the conditions to meet the delivered orders, right? And then we are also going to grab is cancelled orders. So I'm just going to copy this also method here. I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it below. All right, let me just paste it below. And then here I'm just going to change it to get cancelled orders. Get cancelled orders. Let's remove this condition, And let's also remove this on condition also. So for in order to meet the cancelled condition, then the is cancelled parameter must be equal to true. So let's change it to true. That's then the order will be classified as is cancelled, right? Okay. And also, yeah. And also, okay, I think let's add some conditions also. Let me just leave those conditions. For in order to be cancelled, is accepted is equals to false, because it's not accepted, and is delivered is equals to false. Because an order cannot be delivered if it's cancelled. And then the only condition that we are going to change here is the is cancelled parameter, which is going to be true, right? So now what another method that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method for updating our orders. So this method will allow us to cancel, accept, and even deliver orders, right? So it's going to be update order like these orders, which is order, and then we are going to update a particular field. So that's why I put this as field, and then the boolean, which is going to be the value of the field. So in this case, the field is going to be, for example, if it is cancelled, if it is delivered, and then we are going to change then we are going to change the boolean value, since we are using boolean values for true and false, right? And then let's make sure that our method is an async method. Firebase firestore.collection, and let's make sure that our collection is Firebase from Firebase constants dot orders collection, like this, right? And then we are going to change with the condition where the field, where the order ID, because we also need the order ID to make changes, right? Where order ID is equal to order dot order ID. And then we are just going to get the documents, right? We are just going to fetch the documents, and then we are going to use the then method, which is going to get the parameter is going to be the query snapshot, right? And then what we are going to do is we are going to say query snapshot dot docs dot first dot reference, then dot update. So we are just going to update a field, we are going to update a particular field, right, with a particular value, which is a boolean, right, like this. Then yeah, so now that's it for the service file. Now we need to move on to the controller, right? So before we do that, let's just make sure that we create a provider, which is orders provider, order service provider. Which is going to return an order service like this, and then it's going to provide the reference.watch, and then Firebase Firestore provider, like this. Okay, now we are good to go. Everything else is now done. Now we need to move to the controller, and we also need to move on to developing the UI. Okay, so now let's move on to the controller, right? So for the controller, we're going to say orders controller dot like this, which is a class orders controller, which is going to extend the state notifier and a boolean. By the way, this state notifier is deprecated, but we are going to make sure we do some changes to make sure that we use the latest notifier or async notifier provider. So I'll just do a one-time video where I'll just do refactoring for the whole code, right? For the whole app, right? Okay, because I don't want to confuse you guys. And then we also need the order service. Like this. Okay, now let's create a constructor for the order controller. All right, so we need the reference, and we also need the order service. Also need the order service like this. Okay. And then let's make sure that we set our reference object to the reference variable that we created above, and also the order service to the variable that we created above. And then let's set the initial state to false, like this. All right, it's supposed to be orders controller, not order controller, right? So now what we are going to do now is we need to grab the list of orders, right? That's the first thing that we need to do. Stream which we are going to get all the orders from, which is going to be we are just going to return order service dot get orders like this. So let's import the import package for the orders, right, like this. And then we need also to get delivered orders. So let's just copy this and then let's paste it below. Get delivered orders. Like this. And then we also need to get cancelled orders. So let's just change it to cancelled. And then we also need to get a list of accepted orders. Right, now that we're done with the list of accepted orders, now we need to work on the update method for updating our order fields. just going to return the order service dot update order, like this. Okay, it's supposed to be order here, like this. Okay, so we are done with all the methods. Right now, what we need now is to work on the stream provider. So the first thing that we need to work on, we need to work on the state notifier provider, right? So I'm just going to say final orders controller provider equal to state notifier provider of type order controller and its state, which is a bool value, and then we need to pass in the reference object, and then okay, so made a typo. It's supposed to return the order controller. Okay, which takes in the reference parameter. And then for the order service, what we are just going to do, since we created this provider here to access the order service, so I'm just going to just use riverpod, which is order service provider. So this is like a dependency injection. That's one thing I like about riverpod. It allows you to the riverpod package allows you to just inject like the dependency classes that another class depends on, right? Using the watch method. As you can see, the order controller class, it depends on the order service class. So what we did is we have this order service provider here. Since the order controller class depends on the order service class here, so we just injected the order service class. So let's say, for example, if somehow this order service class changes or we want to write tests, we can just provide another class here, and then we can just change it here, which makes things a little bit easier and also neat, right? Okay, so now let's work on the get orders provider, get orders provider, which is a stream provider. It's going to just take in a reference, and then we are just going to initialize the orders, which is goes to reference.watch. To watch the orders controller provider.notifier, like this, right? If we do that, the next thing that we just need to do is .get. We need to get the orders, and then we are just going to return the orders like this. Yeah, now we are done. Now the second step is, let me just copy this and let's paste it below, because everything else is going to be similar. Get delivered orders provider, and then let's change it to delivered orders. Yeah, let's just paste it again below, and then we need for the accepted orders, get accepted orders provider, accepted orders, like this. Okay, and then the next one is we want to get the cancelled for we want to create a provider for the cancelled orders. Get cancelled orders provider. Then let's change here to cancelled. All right, now that we are done with the controller, so now the next section that we are going to move on to is the order screen, right? Let's move on to the order screen. So right now let's go to our views, and then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to create orders, screen dot that. Let's make it, it's going to be a stateless widget, and then let's change it to orders screen, like this. Okay, now that we are done with it, if you check a look at this on our application, this is more of like these tabs. So we need to create these tabs, this tab layout, right? That's what we need to work on. All right, so what I'm going to do is here we are just going to return a default tab controller. Default tab controller. The length of the tabs is equal to 4, and then the child for the tab controller is going to be a scaffold widget, right? It's going to be a scaffold widget. This scaffold widget is going to have an up bar. The elevation is going to be 0, of course. And then what else do we need? We need the bottom. We need to provide the bottom. And then for the bottom, we are just going to provide a tab bar. We're going to provide the tab bar. Then the tab bar is going to take in a list of children, right? And this we are going to have a text with pending orders. And then let's style it text style. Let's give it a color of black, colors to black, and let's also give it a font size of 10. Font size of 10, and then let's also give it a font weight. Font weight of 500, like this. Okay. So now let's just copy this text and let's just paste it 4 times, right? And then we have the pending orders. We must change it to accepted orders. And then we also have delivered orders. And then we also have cancelled orders, like this. And then once you're done with the tabs, what we need the body. So in the body, what we are going to do, I'm just going to do is constant. We need the tab bar view. It takes in a list of children. Now the list of children for this one is going to be different screens or different UI sections, right? So let's create those sections. The first one that we have is pending orders. The first one that we have is pending orders. Pending orders screen.dat, like this. It's going to be a stateless widget. Pending orders screen, like this. For now, let's just leave the placeholder. And then we also need, let's just copy it. We also need accepted orders screen. So let's just create it. let's change this one to accepted orders. So let's import material.dat. This must be accepted. Right. The next one we need is delivered orders screen. Delivered orders screen.dat, like this. Status widget like this. And then we need cancelled orders. Alright, now we are done with this. So now what we need to do now is let's go back to our order screen, and then for the first one we need the pending order screen. We need to put them in their order. Pending order screen, and then accepted orders screen, and then delivered order screen, order screen, and also the next one, which is cancelled orders screen. All right, now we are done. So let me just try to run it on our emulator and let's see how it comes off, and then let's continue working. Okay, so now let's start building the pending orders, accepted orders, and also the delivered orders screen. Okay, so let's start with the accepted order screen. So what we need to do is let's go inside okay, so let's go inside the pending order screen, right, like this. So let's make sure that we change the stateless widget to consumer widget, since we want to consume riverpod providers. So let's change it to consumer widget. Then we need to provide the widget reference as a parameter here. Okay, and then final orders is equal to reference to watch, get orders provider. Then what we just need to do is we just need to return the orders dot when, and then if there is data we just need to grab it, and then for the error we just need to display the error. And then we just need to make sure that we convert the error to a string. And then if the data is still loading, we just going to display a loader. Okay, we are done with this section. Now let's move on to the orders. We just to return a scaffold widget. And then for the body, it's going to be a list view dot builder, like this. And then for the length, it's going to be data.length, supposed to be item length, item count, which is going to be data.length. And then we also need to provide shrink rate, which is go to true. And then for the item builder, we need to provide, for the item builder, we need to provide the context and the index. Like this. Right. And then we are just going to return. And then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to say create a variable for the order, which is goes to be data. And then it's going to, we're going to pass in the index like this. Okay. And then we need to, for the child, let's return some padding, which is it's going to be constant agentsets.all. Let's give it a padding of 8, right, like this. And then for the child, we are going to use stack widget. And then for the children, we are going to provide a card. And then the card has a child, which is going to be a container widget. And then we are going to decorate the container with the box decoration. And then the border radius is going to be border radius to circular, which is 20, like this. And then we need to provide the child for the container, which is going to be a column widget. And then main axis alignment, which is main axis alignment dot start. And then we need to provide a child. So for the children, we are going to use an expansion tile. We're going to use an expansion tile, and then for the title, I'm just going to provide the column. So the expansion tile allows us to expand and contract the widgets. I'll show you how it looks like. So let's give it a padding. Then agentsets.all, which is going to provide a value of 8. And then inside that padding, we're just going to provide a child, which is going to be a raw widget. So main axis alignment, we want the space between the children. Space between, like this. Now, children. And then we need a text for the order number. black, and then font size is going to be 18, and then font weight to W400, like this. Okay, and then we are just going to use an expanded widget in which we are going to display the order number, which is order id .toString, and then let's style it. So I'm just going to grab the style real quick, because I'm just going to grab the style real quick, and then let me just paste it in here. Okay, so that's it for the expansion tab. And then after that, what do we need to do? So after this, what we need to do is we need to just give it some spacing size box with a height of 15. All right, and then also need to okay, and then also need to provide a padding widget with a value of 8. And what I will do here is the child is also a raw widget, children. Then text, we're going to provide a text is going to be date, like this. And then style, which is going to be the style. I'm just going to grab the style real quick. So this is going to display the date in which the user ordered our this is going to display the date in which user ordered our item. And then after this, it's main axis alignment. We need to also provide main axis alignment. Use main axis alignment dot space between. Space between, and then here we need to display the date from our Firestore database, which is going to be date format so for the date format, it's a package. I'm sure it's the intl package. So let me just grab it, and then let's make sure that we install that package. All right, intl package. So if you go into a pubspec.yaml file, under packages, yeah, just make sure that you paste it, the intl package. Okay, all right. So let's just wait for the Flutter to run. Flutter pub build date format .y year, month, D. So let's try to import this. format. Then we are just going to format the order, the date in which the order was placed, right? And then let's provide the style. All right, like this. And then the next thing that we need to do is we just need to provide the spacing again, sized box, and then we give it a height of 15. And then now what we need we also need some padding and a row. Inserts.o, we provide it's 8. And then the child for this is going to be a row widget, children. What the children are, we are going to display the total main axis and alignment, which is main axis alignment dot space between main axis alignment dot space between. Okay, like this. So we are going to display the text for the total. Text, which is going to be total. And then we need to style it. Then let's also grab the same text and let's paste it below. Okay, so here what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to display the total, which is order dot total, like this. Let's change the font size to 15, and let's also change the font weight to 500, like this. Okay, so now we are done with this one. Let's move on to the next stage. So the next stage we are going to work on the buttons. So padding, agencies.o, let's give it a padding of 8 also. It's going to be a row widget. Okay, yeah, because we want to display these buttons side by side. It's supposed to be child and then row widget. Main axis alignment and then main axis alignment dot space between, and then children. Let's provide a size box. Let's give it a height of 30 and then a width of 120. Width of 120, and then let's provide a child, which is an elevated button. So what do we need to do here? What do we need to do? All right, so here what we just need to do is we are going to say if the data index dot is accepted. If it's accepted, it's equals to false. That means that the items have not been, it's still a pending order, right? The items have not been accepted, so we're going to use an elevated button, and then on pressed, and then the child, the text here. The text here is going to be accept, and then we need to just to style this button, elevated button, dot style from, right? And then we need to provide the color of the button, background color. We just go to colors dot black, like this. Okay, else if it's not like this, that means that the order has been delivered here. We are just going to copy this elevated button here, and then let's paste it here, and then let's change this expected to find. So let's just copy this item. Okay. Expected to find else. Okay, let's see. Okay, somehow there's still an error. I don't know where the error is coming from. So let's just copy this elevated button here, since if this condition is met, that means that the order is not yet being delivered. What we will do is we'll then display another button here, which this button is going to be called deliver. Accepted, and then let's change this one to delivered. Delivered, and then let's make sure that we change the logic here. So here I'm just going to use async, and then what we are just going to do is we are just going to reference dot read, and then we're going to read the order controller provider dot notifier dot update order. And then the order that we are going to update is the order with a selected index, and then the field we want to change the is accepted value, and then we want to change it to true. Let's change it to true. All right, that's it. So if the order is delivered, we want to change it and set it to is delivered. Okay. Okay, so here it's supposed to be, I made an error. Let's paste this code here. It's accepted here. Let's change it to is delivered. It's delivered, and then let's just copy this size. Let's just copy this size box. Let's copy it. Let's paste it below. So here we're just going to remove this condition here, and then let's change the text here to cancel. So change the text to cancel. Let's also change the button color. For canceling, I want the button color to be red like this, okay? And then is cancelled. Let's change it to true. Okay, so that's it for the expansion child. But the expansion child also takes in the children, right? So let's go below. Let's go below the column, and then we need to provide the children. And then for the children, what we need to do is we need to work on the order item widget. So let's go into our widgets, and then let's create an order item widget. Okay. All right, so let me go into widgets and order item widget. I know this video is getting long, but yeah, we have to do this. Order item widget dot. Then it's going to be a stateless widget. Let's change it to order item widget, right? So it's going to take in a cut item. We are going to pass this cut item inside our constructor. Acquire this item like this. Okay. So let's remove the constants since we are dealing with dynamic data. And then we're going to return a list type. The title. So the title is going to be text item dot name like this, and then let's style it. So I'm just going to copy the style, and then I'm just going to paste it. Alright, the next thing that we need for the leading, we also need an image, which we'll get from Firebase Firestore. So we use image.network, which is going to be item dot image, and then height of 30. Let's give it a width of 30 also. And then let's work for the trailing. So for the trailing, I'm just going to copy this text above. I'm just going to paste it below. I'm just going to change the font to W600 like this. And then we need to display the price. Item price like this. Okay, so that's it for the order item widget. So let's go back inside our pending orders, and then what we need to do is For the children, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say the column. I'm just going to use a column widget. Then for the children, we need to just map through items dot products dot map. We need to map through all the products in our order. Okay. Which is order item widget, which is going to take in an order. And then after this, what we need to do is we just need to convert it to a list. To list like this. Once we do this, we are good to go. So let's just, I think there is a typo somewhere, or must having an error somewhere. Okay. Now we are good to go. Everything is set. Right. So now we need to move on to the accepted order screen, right? To the accepted order screen. So for the accepted order screen, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this whole item, right? I'm just going to copy this whole item because it's similar. Where is it? Delivered orders. Accepted order screen. Accepted order screen. Okay, so I'm just going to paste it here, and then I'm just going to import riverpod. Let's just import the dependencies. Import. Then let's change this to accepted order screen. Let's change this to get accepted. All right, now we need to import all the packages until order item widget, and then error text, and then I'll also need to import the order like this. Get accepted orders. Now we have the accepted orders widget. Yeah, we have the accepted orders widget. Now we need to make sure that we go to the cancelled order screen. So let's just copy everything with the dependencies. Copy cancelled order screen. Let's go and change everything here. Cancelled order screen. Cancelled order screen. Get cancelled orders provider. Okay, now we go to go. We also need to do the same for the delivered. We also need to do the delivered order screen. Delivered order screen. And then we need to change here to get delivered orders provider like this. Okay, now we're going to go. Now what we need to do is, let's go to our home screen, home dashboard widget. Let's go into our home dashboard widget, under widgets, home dashboard widget, products, analytics, and then orders. So what we need to do is, we need to wrap this card widget with a gesture detector. And then on tip like this, and then navigator dot push. And then for the route, we need to provide the material page route. Route text in the context is a parameter. And then what it's going to do is it's going to return our order screen widget. Okay, like this. All right, so let's rerun our emulator. Let's see. Somehow the order is not working. I don't know why. So let's reload. I think there's a typo somewhere. Okay, yeah. Let's try to run it. Yeah, you can see the orders. Yeah, so now what we need to do is we need to change the up bar for the order screen. Order screen. Let's change the up bar. Yeah, color, background color. Let's change it to white. Okay, now let's. Okay, now as you can see, we now have the orders. So let's try to accept an order. As you can see, now it's now under accepted orders. As you can see, right, it's now under accepted orders. As you can see, we now have clinical gloves and everything. Let's try to push another order to delivered. Once we have it under delivered orders. So I think we made a typo on the, let's go to orders, pending orders. I think delivered, child delivered, cancel. So let's change this to cancel. Let's change this to cancelled. Is cancelled is equals to true. Is delivered is equals to true. Accept. Is delivered is equals to true. Because we have two these ones. Is delivered is equals to true. We have this is supposed to be delivered. Cancelled, and then cancelled, delivered is equals to true, is cancelled is equals to true. So let's try and reload and let's see what's causing this not to be displayed. So let's go to orders. Okay, delivered. When I use delivered, it's being somehow it's not showing delivered orders. So let's go under delivered screen, get delivered orders, provider. Okay, so let's go into the service folder and let's see what's going on there. We might have messed up our conditions. So we say that an order is delivered, it's delivered if is accepted is goes to true, is delivered is goes to true, and then it goes to false. So everything here is okay, but I think it's under the orders controller. Orders controller, and you get delivered orders. Everything here is okay. Get delivered orders provider. I think everything here is okay. So now I'm confused. Why are we still getting an error? Why is it not showing delivered orders? So let's go. Let me just check on my database. Orders. Cancel just goes to true. Cancel just goes to true. Okay, so let's go under order screen. Pending orders. Pending orders, and then let's go under accepted orders. So under accepted orders, I think let's change this to cancel. So I think here we should remove the cancel widget, since if an order is accepted, then it must not be cancelled. If an order is accepted, then it must not be cancelled. So let's try and reload, and let's see what's going on here. So accept, cancel. Yeah, I think we made a mistake here. Colors dot black. Is delivered is goes to true. So here it's supposed to be delivered. So if we go to our pending orders also, I think accept, delivered. Okay, so this is supposed to be black, and then this is supposed to be red. That's where we all got it wrong. So now it's accepted, is true, is delivered, true, is cancelled, is equal to true. So let's try and reload. Let's see what's going on now. What else? So it's supposed to be cancel. So here what I think is yeah, so let's reload and let's see. Accept, it's now under accepted orders, delivered. Now it must be delivered. Yeah, exactly. Now it's showing under delivered orders. So then we can then deliver it. Okay. Okay, so under, let's go under cancelled orders. So under cancelled orders, what we need to do is we need to just we need to remove all the button, because let's remove this. Let's remove this item. And let's also do this for the delivered order screen, because once an order is delivered, there's no need for us to accept, cancel, or everything. So let's just get rid of this padding. Okay. So let's see now. Let's see. Everything is unfolding. So if we say accept, it's now under accept. Then accepted orders, if we say delivered, it's now under delivered orders, like this exactly. Yeah, like this. And then cancelled orders, like this. All right, now, yeah, as you can see, you can push it under deliver. If we can then cancel this order. It's popping under cancelled. Cancel this one, it's popping under cancelled. Then we can accept, it's now popping under accepted orders. And then we can just deliver it. It's now popping under delivered orders. Right. So that was it, guys, on processing orders. So thanks for watching. And in the next video, we're just going to finish up with the payments. Thanks for watching and welcome back to my video. So in this video, we're going to be retrieving payments from our Cloud Firestore database. So let me just pull out the, let me just show you my Firebase console, right? This is my Firebase console, and then these is database. So we are going to be getting payments. These payments that the users made, right? Okay, so let's get started. Let's not waste much of that time. So okay, so the first thing that we need to do is we need to go into our Firebase constants, and then we need to provide the payments. Yeah, Command V, and then it's going to be payments. Payments collection, and then let's change it to payments. Right, now that we are done, let's move into our services folder, and let's create the payments class. Okay, let me rename it payments service .dat. Okay, so let's work on it. Payment service, which is going to take final Firebase Firestore, and then it's going to be Firestore like this. All right, and then payment service. And then inside our constructor, what we need payment Firebase Firestore. Then now let's set Firestore to Firestore. Okay, like this. All right. So now let's work on the payments. So what we just need to do is we are just going to retrieve a list of payments. Payments like this, and then we're going to get payments. Okay. So it's going to be an asynchronous file like this. All right, so one thing that we forgot to do is we forgot to add the payments. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to copy this order.dat file here. Let me copy it, and then let's create a payments model. payments dot that like this. Let's paste it, and then let's make quite some significant changes. Let's make some changes here, and then inside our payments, let's just change this to payments. And then let's also change this class to payments. And then payments. Let's also change this side. Okay, so payments from JSON. So let's do a couple of changes here. We need a string which is going to be our transaction ID. Transaction ID. We also need a string which is going to be required a double, which is going to be the amount. We also need the user ID, required string user ID like this. And then yeah, now let's run flutter pub get. Let's run the build run command. Okay, now we are not yet good to go. Inside our products, let's just grab this method here. So let me just copy it, and then let's paste it in our payments.dat here. It's supposed to be above the @first method, right? So it's supposed to be payments here. Payments, and then payments from JSON. And then we must change this to payments. All right, so now we are done with this model class. Let's go back to our payment service, and let's work on it. Okay, so now we are just going to return. We need to create a collection reference for our payments. Collection reference get payments, which is firestore.collection. Firebase Firestore. We are not getting the collection. Get collection reference. Collection, yeah, like this. The path is going to be Firebase constants. Firebase constants dot payments okay, like this. And then now let's work on, we need to return payments. We need to repay payments, and then the snapshots for the payments. And then we are going to map through each and every document inside our snapshot, right? So event, we are going to provide an event. And then we need a list, an empty list for storing our payments from Cloud Firestore. Okay. Okay, so payments, which is an empty list. Let's import it. Okay, now what else do we do? So what we're going to do is we're just going to loop through each and every document inside collection event.docs, right, like this, which is payments dot add payments dot from JSON, right, and then doc dot data as is going to be a map string dynamic. And after this, what are we going to do? We are just going to return the payments. Okay, now we are done. List. There must be something which I did wrong here. Okay, let's just remove the async method. Okay, now we need to create the payments controller. Okay, let's work on the payments controller. So it's a class payments controller, which is going to extend the state notifier, and then bool, and then final reference. Then we also need the payment service. Alright, let's import flutter riverpod. Okay, and then after this, let's just create a constructor for the payments controller. Okay. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to pass in some variables here. Reference required payments service. Okay, now what do we need to do? Ref object is equal to ref, and then the payments. Payment service is equal to payments, and then let's just make sure that the default of the state is since it's a boolean, it's false. And then let's work on getting our list of payments from the service folder. And then get payments. let's import the payments. And let's return payment service.kpayments. Okay. Now we are done with the payments section. So what were we doing here? So we just created this payments controller, which extends the state notifier provider, the state notifier, and then we initialize these variables, the reference and then the payment service, pass them into our constructor, and then we ended up getting these payments from the payment service. Okay, so let's create the payment payment controller provider. Which is state notifier provider, which takes in the payments controller and then boolean. And then let's pass in the payments controller reference, and then for the payment service, what we need to do is to inject it, right? Let's go to our payment service, and then let's create a provider, final payments service provider. This goes to provider, reference, and then payments service, like this, Firestore, which is reference dot watch, Firestore, for this Firestore provider, like this, and then reference dot watch, payment service provider, like this. Okay, now we're good to go. Now we are now moving on to the user interface part, where we just display the payments, and that will be it. So now what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to go into our payments payments screen, like this. Okay, so it's going to be a stateless widget. Then we're going to rename it payments screen, like this. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is we need to extend the consumer widget, and then we need to provide in widget reference here, like this, and then we need to return a scaffold, and then the bar is equal to the bar elevation 0. And then let's just provide a title, text, payments. And then for the style, I'm just going to copy it, and then I'm just going to paste it inside. All right. That's it for the payment screen. What else do we need? We also need the elevation is equal to 0. We also need a body. Yeah, we need a body. So for the body, what I'm just going to do is first I'll initialize final payments. Let's go to, okay, so if we go back to our payments controller, right, we need to create a stream provider, get payments provider, which is a stream provider. Then we need to pass in the reference object, and then final payments. This goes to reference dot watch payments provider controller dot notify, like this, and then we are just going to return payments. Okay, dot get payments. Okay, so if you go back to our screen now, this goes to reference. We want to watch the get payments provider, like this. Right, now that everything is done, now what we can do is we can say reference, we can say that payments dot when, if we have the data, and then we have error, we're going to just display the error, just a trace error text, which is error dot toString, like this, and then we're just going to display a loader. Okay, this is nice. Now what we are going to do is let's return a card widget. Elevation is goes to 2, and then child padding. Let's give it a padding of agency.all, which is 8. Then child. Okay, we need to give the padding a child, which is going to be a column. And children. So for the column, we need main axis alignment dot start. And then cross axis alignment dot start. All right, what do we need to do now? So we need to just display a column with the text. So the text is going to be transaction ID, which is going to be a data index dot transaction ID. Okay, so I made a mistake here, so let's just remove this card here. We were supposed to return a list view dot builder, and then for the item count, we just provide the data dot length, the length, and then also shrink wrap is equals to true. Okay, and then the item builder takes in the context and the index. So we just say context and then index, like this. Okay. So what we can do is, since we removed, we can go to our widgets, right? so that we can write modular codes, and then we can say payment item widget, because we must avoid writing many lines of code, right? Stateless widget payment item widget like this, and then we can just say payments like this. And then here we can just provide required this dot payments like this. Okay, now we can just paste in our card widget that we were working on, right? Let's paste in the card. Then let's import material.dat. So in this case, it's going to be payments. Payments.transaction ID, right? Like this. Payments.transaction ID, and then we need to style it. So to style it, let me just grab this. And then after this, let's give it a sized box. Let's give it a height of 15. And then let's display the text, which is going to be date. And then our date format .ymmd, then dot format. We want to format the transaction, the payments dot date like this. And then for the styling, it's also the same. So I'm just going to copy it also, and I'm just going to paste it. Okay. And then we need some spacing. Constant sized box, height is 15. Like this, and then let's copy this text. Let's paste it below, and then for this one it's going to be amount. Okay, now we are done with this. Now let's go back to our payment screen. Now here what we just need to do is instead of writing over here, we can just say return payment item widget. And then here we can just provide the data index. Okay, now everything is set, everything is okay. So let's go to our widgets, home dashboard widgets, other payments. So other payments here. Let's just copy this. So under payments, under card, let's just wrap it with the gesture detector, which is gesture Okay, so let's remove the constant. It's on tap and we'll display. We want to display, once it's tapped, we want to display the payment screen like this. Okay, so now we are good to go. So let me just reload my emulator and then let's check for ourselves, yeah, if there are any payments. Somehow I put a debugger here, so let's redo it again. Now it's not a subset in the cast, so let me check what's going on here. Oh, exceptions. Now it's not a subset of, I think it's supposed to be user ID. Payments.dat. It's supposed to be user ID. I think I made a typo there. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, it's a typo. It's supposed to be user ID. Okay, yeah, this happens a lot. Okay, so let's reload our app and then let's see payments, date time to date. There's a subtitle of string and cast. So it's supposed to be date time and then date. So let's try to okay, let's remove this. I don't think this is necessary. Okay, so let me check on my database here. There might be some few exceptions. Okay, so we made a typo here. In the database, I used time instead of date. So let's change this to time. Okay. Well, let's reload and let's see. Okay, let's see. Payments. Somehow it's not working. Let me time everything. I think there's a debugger somewhere in the payment service. Okay, let's just remove this debugger for catching exceptions. Alright, so let me just restart my emulator because I think there might be something going on here. Okay, yeah, and now I get it. It's supposed to be time. payments.time. Okay, so let's reload and let's see. Now it's not a subtype of string in cast. I think something is called to now again. Okay, let's try to catch all the exceptions. Let's see. Time. Somehow time is coming as date time, as string. String type is not time. What's going on? Saying that now is not a subtype of string and cast. So that means that we are not getting the time from our database. Okay, I think I get what's going on here. I have some documents that are corrupted, so they are giving me time instead of so let me just get rid of those documents. I think I refactored some changes, so some documents still have time instead of date. So let me just get rid of those documents and then yeah. So here, what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to change to date. It's supposed to be date. So let's run flutter build runner. Okay, so now let's change it back again to date. Right, so let me rerun my emulator and let's see. Yeah, now we have the transaction, as you can see, with the date on it. But I feel like we need to work on something here. Let's change the background color to white. Yeah. Let's reload. Let's check again. Okay, yeah, we now have the transaction ID. Okay, so yeah, that was it, guys, on getting our payments from Cloud Firestore. Thanks for watching, guys. Cheers.